Hi everyone, this is Robert and welcome to IDG Live, or if you are watching this back a little bit later, possibly welcome to In Deep Sleep. So today I'm back. I've been away for a couple of weeks, but I am back and I thought we would return to sort of on and off series about mysteries in the world of Ice and Fire. And in particular, for the last few times we've been doing this, we've been looking at particular characters who are associated with a whole load of mysteries. Melisandre is one of those characters who is basically enveloped by mystery. We know so little about who she is. We've now had a chapter from her perspective, which is absolutely fantastic, in A Dance with Dragons. But even then, we learned a lot about her character. We learned a lot about the fact that she did believe the things that she was saying that she believed, but we still don't know huge amounts about her past, about where she sees things going in the future, or anything along those lines. So today we're going to be looking at her, who she is, what powers she has, what role she plays in this story. So I think I'd probably start, though, with just a very quick bit of thanks to my patrons, first of all. Thank you. I thought I would start up with a little bit of thanks for you. I cannot do what I do without your support, and I hugely appreciate it. Thank you so much. And then secondly, moderators, I see you're there, back in business. I know you've been here the last couple of weeks when I've not been here, been doing excellent work there in the chat. So thank you. If you are in the chat nice and early, then could you just share a little bit of love with the moderators, because they are wonderful. Okay, Melisandre. So Melisandre is an enigma. Her history itself is a mystery. We don't know huge amounts about her until the moment that she appears at Dragonstone. Now, we've got hints that she is old, countless years she's been studying her arts, we're told. What does that mean? We don't know. On the show, obviously, they kind of put it down at, I think, 300 or 400 years. Maybe she's that old. We simply do not know. What hints we have are that she remembers when she's thinking back, voices from the past of a woman's voice calling out Melanie, which presumably we're assuming this was her mother, and Melanie is her real name, not Melisandre, her birth name. And then lot number 7, which seems to imply that she was sold into slavery at some point, perhaps as a child. Now, after that, what do we know? She was known as Melisandre of Ashai, which seems to imply that she either comes from Ashai or spent a significant amount of time in Ashai. And also, she's a red priestess, so she was accepted into the faith. Now, perhaps the faith of R'hllor. So perhaps it was they who bought her, because they did buy slaves. And some of those did become priests and priestesses. Perhaps, though, after that, she decided to go down to Ashai. We simply do not know. What we do know is that she, in learning her magic, and she thinks that she is, and she almost certainly is, one of the greatest practitioners of magic and the magical arts that she herself uses. She has not only what seemed to be the faith of R'hllor kind of magic, by which we mean seeing things in the flames and stuff like that, but also she's learned some magic from the Shadowbinders in Ashai. She does not see this as any kind of contradiction. The shadows, how can there be shadows without the light? She says. So it's like, of course, the two operate as one. But in Ashai by the Shadow, then we have the Shadowbinders who practice magic, which is to do with binding shadows and making shadows do your will, and we see that with the shadow babies that she produces. But also we find that a lot of her magic is augmented by artifice. This is probably the key thing that we learn from that chapter that we do have from her perspective, which is that, yes, she is powerful, but she is very aware of her image. She she has in her robe, she's got up her sleeve, she's got many little pouches where she keeps powders and concoctions, things like that, that will make her magic look more impressive. She can make flames go different colors. I can add to the effects of things. She tries to hide any of the negative impacts of magic when it takes a strain on her. She tries to make it seem effortless, to make herself look more powerful. Um, she even goes to the extent of, when she's at the wall, making sure that she's got some guards with her so that she looks important. So she is very aware of her image, if you like. But that does not mean that she's not powerful. She's uh, uh, very powerful. Right. So, in terms of her history, then, what we do know then is that she appeared at some point. She appeared in Dragonstone. She went there of her own volition. I've got a question on this in a moment, so I'll dig into that a little bit more there. She went there of her own volition rather than being sent there. And she arrived at some point before the beginning of the story, a few years probably before the beginning of the story. Now, at the time, Stannis was actually spending most of his time in King's Landing. He was the master of ships, and he was on the small council, so he was most of the time not in Dragonstone. So Melisandre ingratiated herself with Selyse, his wife, and she converted and she became a very strong follower of the faith of R'hllor, and so did a large number of the retinue and the knights around there. They became known as the Queen's Men much later, when Stannis claimed that he was the king and claimed the crown, and therefore Selyse was the queen and they were the Queen's Men. So she built up this foothold of power there on Dragonstone, and Stannis, I'm sure, was aware of this, but it didn't really seem to bother him. And he eventually, when he returned there, after he was with Jon Arryn, he was investigating what was going on in King's Landing with Robert's bastards and with Joffrey and the other children. While he was doing that investigation, after he'd figured out what was going on, he went back to King's Landing, and this was the point at which he was trying to very subtly, yet he didn't declare for quite a long time. It has to be said, months. He didn't declare, while Renly was way ahead of him, getting everybody on his side. He sent Davos out, going just to sort of test the waters with people, not getting much success, it has to be said. And eventually Stannis seems to have decided, okay, I will try my lot with this Melisandre woman. She seems powerful, and as he says, I did a video on this ages ago. If you're wondering whether he actually believes himself that he is Azor Ahai reborn, but he says the gods, the faith of the Seven, that's never done anything for me. That's never achieved anything, got anything for me. Melisandre has shown she's got power, and therefore I'll give her a chance. And so she becomes closer and closer to him, and she's convinced that he is Azor Ahai reborn. And she's seen this in her flames. Again, we will cover this in more detail a bit later. And then the Red Comet passes over at the end of a Game of Thrones book 1, at the beginning of Clash of Kings book 2. You get actually something like 7 or 8 chapters in a row. The Red Comet is mentioned, and a character looks up at the sky, and they decide what it must mean, and everybody's got a different. I mean, everyone knows this must mean something, but everybody's got a different idea about what it must mean. Melisandre sees this as the herald of Azor Ahai reborn. This is in the legends and the prophecies that she's got, which are almost interchangeable with the prince that was promised. So she uses this as an opportunity to try and create Stannis in people's minds as Azor Ahai reborn. She gets the sword, which is magical sword, flaming sword. He holds it aloft. He looks like Azor Ahai. Now, people acknowledge the fact this actually clearly isn't Lightbringer. It doesn't emit heat. Even very early on, Salador San, the pirate, recognizes this. So Maester Aemon does a bit later as well. But this is all part of how she operates. She will, having decided something, like Stannis is Azor Ahai reborn, she's then backing that up with other stuff. She doesn't mind if she's the agent through which these things happen. That doesn't seem to be any kind of contradiction in her mind. So, having said that he is, he, however, is convinced that he needs to claim the Iron Throne, and he wants to attack King's Landing, which he does after dealing with Renly. She deals with Renly with her shadow baby, and then he sets off for King's Landing. He leaves Melisandre behind, on advice from Davos, among others, that clearly everybody, if she was there and she started doing all of this fire magic, would say she got him the throne. This has happened. You can look back through a particularly Targaryen history. If you've got somebody who's like even a hint of being a magic user and a woman, then they are seen as sort of dark, mysterious, the power behind the throne. Stannis didn't want that. He wanted people to think that he claimed the throne himself. So he left her behind. The Battle of the Blackwater happened, and he kind of limped back to Dragonstone after that. But Melisandre doesn't kind of hold this against him. And they're working out next steps. And one of her next steps is, well, we need to be bringing stone dragons to life. That's another part of the prophecy. How do we do that? We need king's blood. What king's blood could we possibly use? Well, we've got Edric Storm, Robert Baratheon, the old king, his bastard son. And she wants to sacrifice him. Stannis isn't certain. Davos is dead set against it. And so she starts to show the power of King's blood. She does the leech thing, leeching the blood out of Edric, throwing the 3 leeches filled with that blood onto the fire, and then naming the 3 pretender kings, and basically calling for their destruction. And sure enough, they do die. Now, this is one of those things where you go, is that really just taking a little bit of the blood of the bastard son of an ex-king? Is there that much power that would kill 3 kings? Most people think actually probably what happened here was a little bit of message management from Melisandre. She had seen in her flames the deaths of those 3 others, Robb Stark, Balon Greyjoy, and Joffrey. She'd seen their deaths, and she created this sort of show, really, to make it look like she'd caused them. So that is what most people seem to think was going on there. But this convinces Stannis, and eventually he's ready to give the go-ahead to sacrifice Edric Storm. Davos is having none of it. Davos rescues Edric Storm. Maybe Edric Storm will return later in the story, but for now, he's off to Essos. Davos, though, he gets himself back into the good graces by reading and identifying this plea for help from Maester Aemon at the wall, basically saying the others are coming. This is it. This is the moment, guys. I'm ringing the bell. You've got to come and help. And Melisandre suddenly realizes this is it. This is where the real battle is. This is where the moment has come. I need to get Azor Ahai reborn up to the wall. And Stannis comes to the conclusion that he'd been doing this the wrong way around. He'd been trying to win the Iron Throne so that he could save the Seven Kingdoms, but actually he has to save the Seven Kingdoms so that he can then win the Iron Throne. So he heads up with Melisandre and basically his entire army. He abandons the Stormlands, heads up north, lands at Eastwatch, heads inland. Melisandre has seen what's going on ahead. That moment, the wildlings are just attacking Castle Black, basically, but led by her reconnaissance. Basically, his soldiers, his cavalry come in and smash through the wildlings and win the battle. She plays an important part. She sees Orrell's eagle, and she basically does some fire magic to bring that down. So, having saved the wall, they then basically set up camp in Castle Black. Jon gets elected Lord Commander, but Stannis is like, well, let's figure out what we're doing now. Jon, I want you to actually be in charge of Winterfell. Jon says no, and eventually Stannis heads off to claim Winterfell for himself. Jon suggests a way to go and collect some allies on the way, which he does. But that leaves Melisandre at the wall. And Melisandre has a few interesting conversations with Maester Aemon before Jon sends Aemon, who has got King's blood himself, remember? This was part of the reason Jon, yes, he wanted to send Aemon down to Aldertown, but Jon was trying to protect people as well. Maester Aemon has King's blood. He was the son of a king. He was the brother of the king. He was offered the crown himself in the Great Council, and he refused it. He could have been king. So he has definitely got King's blood there. Because Melisandre still desperately, I need some King's blood. We need to be raising these dragons, making these dragons come to life out of stone. So he saves him. He also saves Mance Raider's son. Mance is the king beyond the wall. He doesn't really claim the title, but from people from south of the wall, that is who he is. Therefore, his son must also have royal blood in a way. Jon saves him. He does a baby swap with Gilly's baby and sends that baby with Maester Aemon and Sam and Gilly down south. So they're gone and they're out of the picture. But Melisandre is still very much keen on performing some magic, and she's also very to sacrifice some King's blood. What King's blood does she have left? Do not worry, we will get onto this. Shireen. Now, she's also very keen to get Jon on side, and as a result, Jon persuades her that actually Mance might be quite useful. She performs a swap, doing a glamour on the Lord of Bones. He was made to look like Mance. He was the person who was put into the fire, though Jon prevents the actual burning from happening, and with arrows. And then Mance is sent down by Melisandre to Winterfell because she thinks the only way we're going to be able to get Jon really on our side is to rescue fake Arya. She doesn't know it's fake Arya. She thinks it's actual real Arya, married to Ramsay Bolton. So that's roughly where we leave this story. But for a couple of minor points to mention, just to sort of tag on the end. The first one is that she has been continually seeing Jon Snow in the flames. And she's been continually seeing him surrounded by death. She can see what's about to come. And the second thing to note is that she gets a POV chapter here in A Dance with Dragons. Why is that important? It's just one POV chapter. Because of the way that George R.R. Martin writes. We have, in order to see what's going on in a part of the world, we need to have a POV character. And the POV character at the wall most of the time has been John. We've also had Sam. Davos is in the north as well, but he's not currently at the wall. But Sam's been sent away, and John, as we know, has just been stabbed lots by his fellow members of the Night's Watch. So, if we're to see what happens next, we've got no POV characters left. Yes, fingers crossed for like a John walked into Ghost kind of POV chapter. That would be amazing. But barring that, if we want to know what's actually going on, we have to look to Melisandre. So expect to see in the beginning bit of the Winter, at least we're going to have at least one more Melisandre chapter to see what's going on. So that is what I think why she was introduced as a POV character, because George R. Martin needs to show us what's going on at the wall. Okay, I think that is probably enough. I mean, I sort of skated over quite a lot of the detail, obviously, of her plot, but um, uh, uh, let's get into a few questions. First of all, in the chat, Gilio saying, this is a member question actually. If you wish to support the channel, the best way is always through Patreon. There's a link somewhere. But if for whatever reason you do not wish to use Patreon, then you can become a channel member here. And as a channel member here, then and there's a link somewhere, then you can get your messages and things highlighted here in the chat, which makes it easier for me to see. Anyway, Gideon, how much impact do you think her teachings and devout followers will have on the religious makeup of the Stormlands? Could it cause lasting issues? Interesting question. I think the short answer is probably no. She was focused in on Dragonstone, which isn't in the Stormlands. Historically, geographically, it is separate. Now, yes, there was a little bit of time when they sort of went out to Storm's End and the like. And yes, some of the knights in Stannis' army, which will have come from various parts of the Stormlands, have converted. But my kind of instinct is that her personal influence was restricted in outside of the Stormlands. What we might see, if you imagine this golden nirvana, the story is finished, if she was successful, seen as successful in some way, and if some of those knights from the Stormlands who've been up there and seen her power return back to the Stormlands, we have this wonderful period of peace afterwards. Might they stay with that religion that they've had with the Lord of Light? Yeah, I could possibly see that. It's possible, but this is like stretching into the future. In the short term, the influence there is actually minimal. In the longer term, it might be a bit more. Okay, let's go to questions from my patrons. Lorelei Dragon saying, good evening, Robert, and to you too. I hope you enjoyed your time off the last couple of weeks. I did. I had a really nice time. Thank you very much. I'll probably put a couple of questions, a couple of pictures up somewhere, X, maybe Blue Sky, which I am still technically on, if you're interested in seeing where I went and what I got up to. I'm curious about Melisandre's relationship to the rest of the cult of the Red God. Are there clues in the text about her status among them, or whether she is operating entirely outside their structure and control? This is a fun one, because one thing that is noticeable is that although she is absolutely focused in on worship of R'hllor and the Red God, and she's always talking articles of faith and things like that, she never mentions church structures. She never seems to be sending a message back to base. She never seems to be calling for backup. This seems to be very much a one-woman operation going on. She doesn't even, as far as we can tell, she doesn't even set up like a proper temple that is there that she can be using, and after she's gone can stay with like priests and whatever. She doesn't seem to be on her radar at all. There's no like, well, when I'm personally go somewhere else, I'll make sure that there's people can carry on worshiping. That doesn't seem to be on her mind. And somebody did, we did back when George R. R. Martin was answering questions, and somebody did ask this about whether she was is she really a part of the religion, or is she like a loner? What's going on there? And this is the question and the answer. Why did Melisandre seek out Stannis is the question. Did she see him in her flames and decide to seek him out on her own, or is she on a mission on behalf of the Red Priests? It doesn't seem at any point as if the latter is the case when you compare to Moqorro, who has been sent out by the priesthood. This is Moqorro who gets sent to Daenerys over in Essos. And this is George R. R. Martin's reply. He says, "You're right. Melisandre has gone to Stannis entirely on her own and has her own agenda." So I think, as a sort of a placing this all into context about her, she's a rogue priestess. Is probably the only way to say this. Yes, she seems to be very focused in on her faith. It's not that she seems to have any particularly odd views. We can't see much by way of heresy compared to what we know about the faith from the other practitioners of it that we read about. There's a little, I mean, none of them seem to be shadowbinders, so perhaps she has a little bit of odd stuff there, but it seems mainly as the biggest thing is that she thinks she has identified who Azor Ahai Reborn is. Stannis. And that's who she's supporting. And she's ignoring whatever the rest of the faith might think. And the rest of the faith have, broadly speaking, decided it's Daenerys. So, and we see that when Tyrion's passing through Volantis, he hears them preaching when they're talking about her, that Daenerys is Azor Ahai Reborn. Moqorro gets sent over to her to help support her, to basically reassure her, you've got the faith of R'hllor behind you. So they're all lining up behind Dany. She's just ignoring that, if she's even aware of the fact that they've decided that. When she set off a while ago, Dany wasn't a thing. She was just like the little sister of the pretender king, or the king in exile, depending on your perspective, over in Pentos. So she is acting independently then and now. There's no hint at all that she's looking for guidance. She's looking for validation, that if she finds out that they've concluded something else, it would change her mind in the slightest. Let's go to... Lady Pushkins, you just asked, will Melisandre meet Dany? I think probably eventually. Yes, but this is such a long way into the future of the plot. The reason I say probably eventually is that I think that Jon will meet Dany for reasons we've gone into on many other streams. And I think that she will have decided at that point, she will have shifted her attention from Stannis to Jon, which means that she's going to be as close to Jon's orbit as possible. And so I think through that, she will meet Dany. More intriguingly, for me at least, I think she will probably meet Moqorro, and they will have a discussion about who Azor Ahai Reborn actually is. So that's the thing that I'm intrigued by, is that presumably both sides will just say, well, no, my person is. And they will probably recognize that they're both on the same side. It's just they've chosen different champions. So, yeah, I think probably yes, but it's not going to be in the Winds of Winter. And it's probably not until a good part of the way into A Dream of Spring. Right, let's go to... James Perkins, who says, hello, Robert. Melisandre has attached herself to Stannis Baratheon in the belief that he is Azor Ahai Reborn. It's pretty clear from her POV chapter that she truly believes this. Absolutely. As she gets frustrated while gazing into the flames in search of Stannis when she is repeatedly shown snow, Jon, instead of Stannis. My question is, Why did she settle on Stannis? We know that she's not nearly as talented at interpreting her visions as, say, Makoro, but she is a gifted seer. I assume she saw and misinterpreted a vision or series of visions, but what do you think she was actually seeing? Is it possible she was seeing Stannis, but not because he was Azor Ahai, as she came to believe? And then Gina Z sort of picked up on this as well, so I'll answer both at the same time, saying, what exactly did Melisandre see in her flames that made her believe that Stannis made her believe in Stannis so completely? Could it have been a case of self-fulfilling prophecy, where she saw future scenarios that she had manipulated in order to demonstrate Stannis was Azor Ahai reborn? For example, a flaming sword. Well, why did she pick Stannis? It's a I mean, I was thinking and preparing for this. It might be actually a good video to do. So maybe I will do a whole video on this one. But I think the headline is what she says. She goes to visit Davos in his cell. And this is what she says. She says, the old maester, that's Cresson, looked at Stannis and saw only a man. You see a king. You are both wrong. He is the Lord's chosen, the warrior of fire. I have seen him leading the fight against the dark. I have seen it in the flames. The flames do not lie, else you would not be here. It is written in prophecy as well. When the red star bleeds and the darkness gathers, Azor Ahai shall be born again amidst smoke and salt to wake dragons out of stone. The bleeding star has come and gone, and Dragonstone is the place of smoke and salt. Stannis Baratheon is Azor Ahai reborn. Okay, so that gives us, I think, probably the clearest set of indicators about why she believes, because she's trying to persuade Davos. I don't think she thinks she will persuade him, but she's trying to set out her case. And her case is twofold. It's the fact that there's prophecy and that she's seen stuff in the flames. Now, what has she seen in the flames? She says, and let's quote this exactly, I have seen him, Stannis, leading the fight against the dark. So that is what has convinced her that it's him specifically. We don't know the exact order of these things, but the other thing that she specifically speaks about is Dragonstone being the place of smoke and salt, which kind of makes sense in a way. If she was going through her lore and prophecy and histories, she will have come across this idea of stone dragons being made flesh. And at some point, she may well have made the connection. Where are stone dragons? Dragonstone. The clue is in the name. Dragonstone, if you've only seen the TV show, then you kind of miss out a little bit on this. Dragonstone is an incredibly intricate carved castle made out of this kind of fused black stone. And it's, I think the best way to say it, it's dragon themed to a huge extent. So if you imagine the sconces holding up the torches, it's like an upturned dragon claw or hand, like that. An archway is an arch of the dragon's tail. The crenellations aren't just like up and down bits at the top of walls. It's stone dragons. The chimneys from the kitchens are shaped like a dragon's mouth spurting out smoke. It's the whole thing it's like dragon theme. So she will have thought, oh, interesting. So stone dragons there. And also the smoke and salt. Lots of people think Dragonstone. It's not just her. This isn't her just thinking randomly. Rhaegar thinks this may well be the case as well. We get other people who consider Dany to be Azor Ahai reborn think it's because she was born on Dragonstone, because it's salt. It's in the middle of the sea, so it's lots of salty water, and then smoke. It's not not just that it's like kind of a misty kind of place, but because it's kind of built on these fissures into this volcanic rock, it kind of belches up this sulfurous smoke and steam all the time. It's the whole place, it actually stinks. It smells really bad. It's gloomy. It's got this kind of smoky, steamy atmosphere. It's not this. If you see it on the TV show, it seems quite clean. It's not. It's the kind of place Stannis thought that this was. He was being insulted by being given it. Uh, Most people thought, oh, this is where the heir to the throne has their seat, because that's where the Targaryen heir to the throne had their seat. But he thought, oh, I have to stay here. This is horrible. Storm's End's much better. So that it's a reasonable thing to say, well, Dragonstone could be the place. Then you combine it with the stone dragons, and that's the kind of the lore prophecy bit. Then she saw him in the flames, leading the fight against the dark. Now, that is the only phrase we really have here for what it is she saw. But having arrived at Dragonstone, she's looking around for Azor Ahai, and Stannis kind of makes sense. He was, when she arrived, he was basically a prince. That was his. He was the king's brother, and so it would kind of fit with the prince that was promised idea. I mean, technically, he's not a prince because he's not from his brother's brother's bloodline, but he was technically there, so that all kind of made sense. And then when she saw him, I don't know, in a battle against, maybe she saw him in a battle against the others. We'll come on to this later, do not worry. But if she did see that, and she thought about the smoke and the salt, and she thought about the stone dragons, that was enough to convince her. So that seems to have been why she thinks it. We, with the benefit of all the information we have, we can tick off this list of, well, actually, technically, Jon Snow hits all these other things over there. Oh, actually, Dany ticks off a whole load of these things. She's created live dragons out of stone dragon eggs. That's definitely a key part of this. So you can say, with the benefit of our information, actually other people tick more boxes than Stannis. But as far as she's aware, he actually does tick all the boxes that she wants. And then she's having decided it. It's almost like she's just like locked that down and said, right, that is now the truth with a capital T. And so now I have to persuade other people of this. So what do I do? There's the red comet. It's the timing's right. He's got to have a sword, a flaming sword. I will make sure he gets a flaming sword. That'll prove to people. So that seems to be her mindset on it. Willie Biggs 2000. What made Beric and Thoros so special to the lore? Well, if you're saying so special, as in why could Thoros bring Beric back from the dead? You've perhaps intentionally, perhaps not, I don't know, stumbled across what I think to be actually one of the biggest undiscussed mysteries in the world of Ice and Fire. Because what we know about magic, George R. R. Martin doesn't want us to know a complete hard magic system, exactly what works and why. But there seem to be two things which are pretty constant. There's always a cost to magic. Magic doesn't come free. And secondly, there's some kind of intentionality. You don't just sort of like wander along and then, oh, you didn't realize it, but you just said the right combination of words and things, and then a bit of magic happens. That's not how you have to be trying to do magic in some way. So the reason why I say this is one of the big mysteries for me is that there was no intention to do magic on Thoros's part to bring Beric back that first time. Later times, yeah, there seems to have been. You could argue there is a cost because Beric loses part of himself each time he comes back. But that first time, it's a surprise to everyone. So what was going on? It's a bit of a mystery. And the answer I suspect the Melisandre, as we're on a Melisandre stream, the answer I suspect the Melisandre would give is clearly the Lord of Light has some purpose in mind, that he had some role to play. What was his role to play? I mean, he did achieve quite a few important things while he was around, but significantly, he then brought Catelyn Stark back as Lady Stoneheart, who will also play an incredibly important role in the story going forward. So that would probably be the answer. The ambient level of magic has gone up. Thoros is capable of doing the magic. There was a cost paid, and R'hllor has a purpose in some way, if we are to accept the existence of R'hllor. Andrew K saying it seems to be the super heightened ambient magic. I think most often the Last Kiss was simply a funerary tradition, not resurrection. Yeah, absolutely. So he wasn't. He was saying the words and doing the things, but it was like doing the last rites. Basically, that was what was going on. But then, whoa, wasn't expecting this to happen. Okay, let's go to another question from Stephen. How did Melisandre join with Stannis? Was her mission authorized by the faith of R'hllor, or did she act on her own initiative? If they believe that Daenerys is Azor Ahai Reborn, would they see Melisandre as a heretic? Well, I think I've answered most of the first part of that. So let me pick up with the second half. How will they view her? Well, I've said that she is basically a rogue priestess. She's doing her own thing. Do they view her as a heretic? Will they view her as a heretic when they come into contact with her? I think the short answer is we don't know, but it probably will depend on the individual priest. The faith of R'hllor does seem to be, compared to, say, the faith of the Seven, it seems to place a lot of trust in individual priests to go off and do their thing. The Faith of the Seven has lots of structures. Individual priests are definitely allowed to roam around and do different things. But R'hllor will just send a priest off. Thoros of Myr was sent off to King's Landing. Go, convert the king. And he seems not to have had much by way of support after that. Mokoro sent off. Go, find Daenerys, support her. That seems to be the kind of the approach they have. And then that priest is kind of left to make their own mind up about how to proceed as they get there. Mokoro, so far, proceeding according to plan. Thoros changed his plan to just drinking and carousing with Robert Baratheon rather than trying to convert him. So how will Mokoro, say, react to her? I suspect he seems quite strong-minded. I suspect that he will not view her particularly well, but at the same time, he will trust in what his God is telling him. He may not have quite as strong a gift as Melisandre. It's quite hard to tell exactly in terms of seeing things in the flames, but he does seem to be better at interpreting them by quite a significant way. And if he sees in his flames, actually, she's got an important role to play. She might have got this entirely wrong, but she might have an important role to play. I suspect he'd just let her go and get on with it. Mokoro does kind of take a more of a back seat, and he's definitely planning things, but he seems a lot more relaxed about. He's not panicking about stuff. He allows things to sort of play themselves out. And as an example of this, he finds himself when we last see him with Victarion. And Victarion is there. He no sense of tact at all. Victarion is there sort of telling people he's going to go off. He's going to claim Dany as his bride. He's going to steal her dragons. Look, I've got this magical horn here that will allow me to claim those dragons. Mokoro is on a mission to support Dany and allow her to become Azor Ahai Reborn or live out her destiny as Azor Ahai Reborn. Does he want to support Victarion? Absolutely not. But is he panicking about this? No. He clearly has a plan. He's clearly going to stop this from happening, but he's allowing it to play through for a while. So I think if that is his character, that's probably how he's going to react to Melisandre. Right, let's go to A.D. Ross. Do we have any info on how Melisandre ingratiated her way into Stannis' household in the first place, and how long she'd been around? Well, how long she'd been around there, George R. Martin doesn't give us details. He is quite often a bit vague with this. The closest we get is a conversation. Littlefinger is there talking, I think it's to the small council. He says, Varys told us some years past that Lady Selyse had taken up with some red priest. So that puts a kind of a time frame on this. So if Varys had told us, including Littlefinger, that Selyse had taken up with the red priest, then what we're talking about here is clearly in the period when Varys was there in the small council and Littlefinger was there in the small council. So we're talking, and Littlefinger had been there, hard to say, maybe 10 years or so, something along those lines. So we're looking at 4, 5, 6, depends on your interpretation of some years. It's definitely not 1 or 2 years, or you'd have said, he told us last year that. It's definitely not more, or Littlefinger wouldn't have been around to be hearing this news. I would say 4 or 5 years that she was there. And slowly her strategy was to convert Selyse first, to the extent that Varys then talks about her having taken up with some red priest. Selyse absolutely buys into this. She's a true believer. And so that process wouldn't have happened overnight. It would have happened over a period of time. So she gets Selyse on board, and then she gets a few of the other people in the wider sort of Dragonstone Central Command on side, and then she gets Stannis once she's established herself there in a place of privilege. Sir Tony Sled saying Mel seems to measure the moral character of men and draw from it bravery, honesty, loyalty. She does not draw from evil, nor is she attracted to it. Interesting comment. It seems to measure. She does certainly seem to measure the people's moral character, and she has a moral compass of her own, which we may not agree with, but it is definitely there. And it's something along the lines of the end justifies the means. That she thinks that she is there to be helping Azor Ahai defeat the Great Other and save humanity. And if, as a part of that, then she has to sacrifice a few innocent people, then she thinks that's a price worth paying. So that's her kind of moral view. But also, when we do get the POV chapter from her perspective, we get a couple of other little moments that add some nuance to her character. If we hadn't had that, we'd probably have assumed that although she has some grudging respect for Davos, recognizing that he cares about Stannis and tries to give the best advice to Stannis that he possibly can, etc., etc., she doesn't view him particularly kindly. However, when we read her chapter, we find that the person who is there, sort of like um, being her assistant, her page, her squire. That's not the exact right terms. Those are what you have for knights. But the person who is there lighting her fires for her, asking if she needs something to drink, running errands for her, is I think it's Devon Seaworth, one of Davos's sons, and we get a moment in her mind when she recalls why, and it was her choice, and it was because Davos had lost many of his children. I think three of his sons, in the Battle of the Blackwater, and Stannis had headed off definitely to battle, and almost certainly on a very arduous journey as well. And she felt Davos had lost enough children. So she had mercy and she kept one behind to stay with her. And that adds a whole sort of softening of her character that feels completely at odds with what we know of her. She clearly would never say that because then people might view her in that way. But she does have this extra layer that we don't see much of. But yeah, she's not. She's when you're saying she doesn't draw from evil, nor is she attracted to it. She does. She's on the lookout for what is evil. She has a very Manichaean, what we might say, Manichaean worldview. There's good and there's evil. She's on the side of good, and there's evil, and she is opposing that. And so she hates anything that she thinks is on that side. Let's go to a question from and famous elephant. Stannis burned a heart tree, and the wildlings all had to burn a weirwood twig to cross south of the wall. Will there be more burning of the heart trees now that Mel or Stannis are in the north, or less? It's an interesting question. So she does want to burn them. That much is very clear, and it's often overlooked, but when Stannis offers Jon to be Lord of Winterfell, he says, I'm a king. I can legitimize you. I can get you out of the Night's Watch. I can say you're the Lord of Winterfell. I want you to do that. Jon is tempted. He's very tempted. He's thought about this quite a bit. He'd been jealous is probably the only way of saying it, of Robb, of being part of the family, of being a Stark. He'd wondered about being Lord of Winterfell. He thought about it. He's felt excluded from the Starks. This would, for him, be a massive thing. But what stops him is not any kind of like loyalty to the Night's Watch. It's not any kind of feeling that he has to be there to be protecting people against the others or anything along those lines. What he thinks is the weirwood tree in Winterfell. Winterfell belongs to that. It doesn't just belong to the Starks, it belongs to that weirwood tree. And Melisandre says the one condition I'm adding into this is that you get Winterfell, we burn down that weirwood. And Jon says he couldn't do it. He can't do that. Not to Ned Stark's weirwood tree, and also not to the weirwood tree that is there as Winterfell. So that's a little bit of a digression, but it does go to show that Melisandre is still thinking about how to burn weirwood trees. We're in a situation where there aren't any in Castle Black, so she's not got one to burn. There are some just north of the wall, and there obviously will be in the towns and villages around in the north. So as and when she leaves the wall, she definitely will want to do it, but she will only do it when she feels she's powerful enough. She's got the political cover to do it. It's only with Stannis there by her side who would support it. If we get to a point where she shifts her support and belief in who Azor Ahai Reborn is over to Jon, as I suspect we will at some point, at that moment, there's going to be a conflict. Because he's not going to want to have the weirwood trees burned down. She still will want to. It's a matter of, is she going to be able to compromise on it? Question from Wolfdan the Wanderer. Will we find out more about Melanie? I don't see why George would imply it so heavily in only one chapter to never give more exposition or conclusion. It's a throwaway line. In fact, I'll see how I've got it here. I might have it here. Yeah, here we go. So she's looking in the flames for Stannis, and says she sees 1,000 red eyes floating in the red flames, a wooden face, a boy with a wolf's face. She sees Bloodraven and Bran, basically, and she reacts to that. But then, coming through that, she hears strange voices called to her from days long past. Melanie, she heard a woman cry. A man's voice called, Lot 7. She was weeping, and her tears were flame, and still she drank it in. And then we move on to other things. So this is, I think it's probably fair to say that it's not a throwaway remark, but it's just it's not the highlight of this. She sees a lot of things in the flames in that chapter, so it would not surprise me, I have to say, if we get to a point where we never hear any more about this Melanie. Because to hear more about Melanie would be to hear more about Melisandre's past. And we may, but at the same time, I don't think we need to. I think George likes the idea that she's a bit of a mystery, to be honest. Yeah, maybe is all I can answer on that one. Callie Summers, I don't recall a statue to R'hllor or the other in the House of Black and White. What's the interplay between Braavos, Valyria, and R'hllor? Fire equals dragons? Question mark. Well, in the House of Black and White has a lot of statues, and Arya doesn't know who all of them are. And added to which, R'hllor doesn't really seem to have a statue. It's noticeable when we have the descriptions of temples to R'hllor, then it's the flames that are the thing, not a statue of the god. So it's entirely possible that there isn't a statue because they don't do statues. Sure, we can all think of religions in our world where there are not statues of the god for various reasons. So that's what was going on there. Braavos, Valyria, and R'hllor. What's the interplay between them? Well, so Braavos is, of course, founded by ex-slaves from Valyria. And some of those would have worshipped R'hllor. There is a very large temple to R'hllor. Arya sees it as she's going around in Braavos. There is a very large temple to R'hllor there in the city. But Braavos has, within the lagoon, there are many islands where the House of Black and White is, where all the gods are, all the temples are. There are many temples. She thinks there are temples she imagines it to every god. There's even a Faith of the Seven, a Sept there. So this is just one of many. Braavos is not a R'hllor worshipping city, but there are people in Braavos who do worship R'hllor. The connection to Valyria, we do not know. The Valyrians had their own gods, that much is very clear. And their own gods, plural, imply that they did not worship R'hllor, singular. So what the connection there is, we're not 100% certain, but clearly there is a fire link across to them. So if I had to guess, it would be to say that R'hllor has spread across Essos and parts of Westeros as well. Um, and that means that there probably were some people, definitely slaves, who worshipped R'hllor in Valyria, and the same is the case in Braavos. Though Braavos obviously don't have slaves. And question from Not Sure saying, thank you for making Thursdays great again. Go Dolphins. Um, I'm looking vague. Did somebody want me to say Dolphins last time? I can't remember. I'm going to assume that's an American sports team of some kind. Um, uh, and Wolfdan the Wanderer is now saying shout out to the Flaming Mods, which sounds like a sports team, but I suspect he's just talking about the mods. The chat is dark and full of terrors. Let's do it. Well, if you're doing a shout out, I thank the mods to start with, but let's do it again now. If you're here in the chat, the reason why the chat is such a fantastic, uplifting place, all of the terrors of the night are kept away by the moderators. Could you just show them a little bit of love? Maybe a flame emoji or something to keep it in theme. Yeah, moderators, thank you. I do hugely appreciate you. If I'm doing notices, I should probably have a think about other things. There was something I was going to say. I'm always bad at remembering these things. There might be a sale on the merch. That might be it. I don't know. There might be a link to merch somewhere here. That was probably what I was thinking about. Other than that, though, videos keep coming. I'm trying to do the short form videos now every day. I don't know how long I'll be able to keep that up for, but I'm quite enjoying that. They're coming out on this channel, but also you can get them all over the place. You can find them over on TikTok. I do them on X, Instagram, Facebook, probably a few other places I can't remember. So they go out all over the place. Normal videos are happening over on IDG or In Deep Geek, the main channel. And let's give another shout out to Spotify. If you find Spotify a good place to be consuming content, all of my videos, I'm uploading them over there now. I'm going through the back catalogue, so it'll take a little while, probably a few months, I think, to hatch up to where we are at on the main channel videos, but that's the plan. I'm just releasing them all over there if you find that a good place to watch videos. Right, is that me caught up on the chat? No, Roman Lakovets saying, I find it interesting that Maggie the Frog's predictions are much more precise than Melisandre's. Why do you think that is? I mean, she might be more powerful. She might be better at interpreting things. There are a lot of reasons, but they use different types of magic is probably part of this. Maggie the Frog used blood magic specifically. Cut their fingers and she tasted their blood. So she was specifically linking to them with their fates in the future. What we don't know with Maggie the Frog was the extent to which the things that she said she understood, or was she just like repeating, she saw things or heard words and they sort of just came through her mouth, or was this her interpreting stuff? Did she have a flash of the entire future and decide what things that she was going to say and what things she wasn't going to say? We know none of that. Melisandre, we do get a clear idea because we have this POV chapter. She stares into the flames, and then these images come at her one after other. Sometimes just like floods of them, one after another, coming at her, and she's just left trying to interpret them. And sometimes it's very clear that in order to appear more confident, in order to appear more competent, she blags it. She pretends to know and be more certain than she actually is. There's a fantastic bit where she gets a vision of some towers by the sea, and the Black Sea is rising. It's all very ominous, but I've got a question about that a bit later. And she she sees this, and she mentions it to John, and John goes, "Towers by the sea. Is that Eastwatch?" And because he's thinking, and she's thinking as well, that this is perhaps the others or the wildlings coming south. Um, and she goes, "Eastwatch," and we get her mental process. She goes, she'd been to Eastwatch. It didn't look like Eastwatch, um, but what else could it be? And so she says, "Yes, Eastwatch." And it's like, so you're not sure, but you don't want to say, "I don't know what that was." Um, I think that is probably the fatal flaw that she has, is that if she's not certain about something, she will exude certainty. So, why Maggie the Frog? Maybe she was more powerful. Maybe it's because she was using blood magic, but also maybe she wasn't trying to show off. She was just saying what she saw. Okay, is that me caught up in the chat? I think so. Right, let's go to a question from Coco Action. Hi, Robert. Hope you and Dan are well. We are. Thank you very much. My question is simple. How did Melisandre survive the poisoned drink? Did she expect this and drank some antidote beforehand, or is protected by her god? What do you think happened here? Is it the necklace, maybe? Though that's only a show-only thing, as far as I remember. Okay, so this is the prologue to Book 2, A Clash of Kings, from Maester Cressen's perspective. Really good chapter. Introduces a lot. And where we end up is that he becomes convinced that Melisandre is not good for Stannis, not good for the world. And he is an old man at this point. He's basically been sidelined. He's been the maester there at Dragonstone for many years, but they've kind of soft retired him. They got in a younger guy, a guy called Maester Pylos, and he's often not even invited to meetings because they know it's going to be so hard for him to climb up all those steps. And so he's there. Well, what do I do now? And he decides he's just going to get rid of Melisandre. And the way he wants to do this is he's happy. He's finished his life now. He's happy to die as long as he dies knowing that he's killed her. And so he gets these crystals, which are poisonous, and he goes. They're all sitting down having a meal, and he gets a glass of wine, pops the crystals in there, and he sort of approaches Melisandre and basically says, "Will you drink with me? I know we've had our problems in the past, but drink with me." And she, to her credit, she does say it's not too late. She clearly knows what he's doing. She says, "It's not too late. You could spill this drink now." And he says, "No, we're doing this." And so she takes it. She drinks almost all of it, and then hands it back. There's only a little bit left. He drinks that, and he dies. But as he is dying, he can see that she is not. She's absolutely fine. And the ruby, you say, thought it was a show or anything, but no, it is in the book. The ruby does seem to glow. So, what happened? I think we need to take what we understand about Melisandre into account here. She wants to appear powerful, and this makes her appear powerful. She wants people to think that this isn't an easy thing for her. It's an everyday thing. It's not an issue in any way. Just you just can't poison her. It's a thing. So whatever it is that's happened, she is trying to, and she knew about this in advance. She wants to make it look easy. Is it simply that she's got faith that her god is going to protect her? I suspect not. That doesn't seem to be right. There's, at no other point does she like put herself in danger's way and say, "Well, I'm pretty sure that my god is going to protect me here." That's not her style. So that doesn't seem to be the way. It's possible, and this is certainly seems to be the thing that she's wanting people to think. The ruby is glowing. It's possible that she's just got some magical power that she's using. She is a very talented magician, as we have to keep on saying. Despite all the tricks, she is a talented magician. Perhaps she was using some power to deactivate the poison or make herself immune to it or something like that. But I think the conclusion that I've sort of come to, any of these things could be right. To be honest, it's not the end of the world, but it's just this seems to work for me and for quite a few other people, is that she saw in advance in the flames that Maester Crescent was going to be trying to poison her. We know that she does this from her POV chapters, and she looks in the flames every day for any threats to her life. That's a thing that she just naturally, instinctively does all the time. And she saw, we know that she does see things in the flames. If she saw Maester Crescent there, and she probably saw him with the crystals, and thought, that's it. I have to protect myself from this. So, how could she do this? Well, again, there could be a spell, but there is a small clue in when Crescent is there with these crystals. We discover that these crystals, I can't remember exactly where the crystals come from, but the leaf which is the start of this process seems to come from a shy. Melisandre comes from a shy. Maybe she therefore knows what this is. Maybe she therefore knows an antidote. We know that she's got pockets up her sleeves. We know that she put her hand over the top of the goblet at one point. So perhaps what she did was she put in some kind of antidote there. She hands it back to him. Maybe she drops in a poison for that last bit. Whatever it is, she is making it look as if she's immune and you cannot poison her. But she had benefit of foresight. She knew what was going to happen. Andrew K saying can't kill what's already dead or undead in that matter, I suspect. Yeah, we'll get on to Melisandre being potentially undead at a later point. Moon saying, hi, Robert. Firstly, how old do you think Melisandre is? Secondly, her power seems to be connected with the ruby at her throat. Rubies also appear on the Quiet Isle. Could it be possible that we'll see someone else with powers like Melisandre after they picked up or stole those rubies? Right, well, the first question, how old is she? We don't know. Years beyond count, she's been practicing her art. Which, I mean, how when do you stop counting? It's a question. Decades certainly seems to be the case, which means that she is definitely, because she does not look that, she is definitely using a glamour to be looking younger than she is. So, is it possible that she's hundreds or so years old, as they said on the TV show? Yeah, I see no reason why not. But she's old, but we just don't know how old. In terms of the ruby, I think we need to be clear that yes, rubies do seem to be able to boost magic in some way, or be used as a way to utilize magic. Melisandre, the ruby around her neck, many people think this is the thing that is the glamour is within that, keeping her looking young. Also, it seems to be connected to a ruby when she does the body swap with Mance Rayder and Rattleshirt. and then the flames start burning. She feels it through the ruby. She feels the heat. She doesn't want to show anyone, but she feels the flesh underneath is starting to burn. So clearly there's a link across between the magic and that ruby. And it glows at various points. Now, does this mean that all rubies are magical? No. There are many, many, many rubies which are mentioned in random places in this story that are, as far as we're aware, not magical at all. Lady Forlorn, random examples. Lady Forlorn, the House Corbray sword has got a ruby in the top of it. The Tywin has armor which had a couple of rubies on it. Tyrion, I think, for his wedding dress had some rubies patched into it. So they're all over the place, rubies. Now, you're right, there are 6 that have washed up on the Quiet Isle. These are, so the Quiet Isle, we talked about this a little bit a couple of weeks ago, maybe, I can't remember. The Quiet Isle sits in the estuary of the Trident. It's downstream from where the Battle of the Trident happened. And at the Battle of the Trident, Robert Baratheon, massive warhammer, smashes it down on Rhaegar. Rhaegar had a ruby-encrusted breastplate. That caves in, and Rhaegar is killed, and the rubies go flying. Now, you can be sure some of the soldiers there paused whatever they were doing and grabbed a ruby if they could at the point of the battle, but some of those got washed downstream and ended up at the Quiet Isle. The hints are that the Quiet Isle. I wasn't talking about a live stream. I did didn't I? I did the Gravedigger theory video. But yes, so the Quiet Isle. The hints are it's going to get attacked at some point. People will have heard of these rubies. Will that mean that people will be able to use them for magic? No. I think basically you need to be a magic user, and then you can imbue this jewel with magic in some way. It doesn't just have to be rubies, though, as far as we can tell. There is, in the Duncan Egg stories in the Mystery Knight, we get this character called Maynard Plum. I'm not going to go into all of the details of this, but the clear implication is that this is not someone called Maynard Plum. This is actually Bloodraven, who is there with a glamour on, and the centerpiece of this is this moonstone brooch, which seems to be the equivalent of a ruby. So that seems to imply you can use other precious metals or jewels or whatever, gems. Robbie OB saying, good evening, Robert, Dan, and Mods. I have come to the conclusion that Nisa and Lightbringer never existed. I think the first Night's Watch were fighting the first Long Night with Dragonglass, but it was brittle. They attempted to make an alloy of it, but it kept breaking. Lightbringer's versions 1 and 2. They then realized they needed blood magic. Then it works, making the first Valyrian steel sword, and it gets told poetically as Azor Ahai. A great theory. So, what I said in various ways at various times is that we've got, very broadly, 3 myths, stories, legends of the Long Night that seem to be telling similar bits of the story, all to do with swords in some way, shape, or form, or weaponry. The first is the last hero. The last hero sets off, his sword breaks in the cold, but he sets off to find the children of the forest and to try and get their help against the others. The children of the forest, when he does find them, give him dragonglass. So this is the first part of the equation. The second, we have the story of the forging of Lightbringer with Azor Ahai and Nisa Nisa. And yes, the forging happens, and he's got this sword. But we don't hear huge amounts about what he does with the sword. The important thing seems to be to do with the forging of the sword. And then we have a third one, which is the actual battle for the dawn, where we have the first Night's Watch who go charging into battle with dragon steel, which they use against the others. Now, however you wish to stitch those three things together, George R. Martin is very clear. We shouldn't take these things literally as exactly what happened, but we have the discovery of a game-changing substance, dragon glass. We have the forging of a game-changing sword, and we have the use of game-changing swords called dragon steel. It doesn't take much imagination to draw those things together to say dragon dragon glass is a part of this equation. Then we have some kind of forging, as you say, creating an alloy. I think steel plus dragon glass plus dragon fire, whatever, bit of magic that seems to create the dragon steel, aka Valyrian steel. And then it wasn't just a person who had this, but it was a group who all went in and took on the others. So yeah, I like your thinking. It's broadly similar to mine. The Nisa Nisa thing seems to suggest if you eliminate the character, this is sacrifice. Blood sacrifice is needed. We've already got fires, and the idea that it was just done in a temple, and because it's in a forge, so we have fire and blood. We have potentially dragon glass. All of the things are there that we think might be needed for proto-Valyrian magical sword making, if that makes sense. Right. Let's go to a question from Catherine Furseth saying, "Hi, Robert. Great topic as always. Glad you're enjoying them. What is the relationship between the faith of R'hllor and Ashai and its religions or magical practices? We know that Melisandre went there and learned their arts, but was this the exception, or did the Red Temple send out priests to different places, much like the Citadel did?" Well, yeah, they sent out missionaries to different places. Thoros of Myr went to King's Landing. We've obviously also got Makoro going to find Danny. So they're sending individual priests off to do things seems to be part of how they operate. They are a proselytizing religion, it has to be said. So the idea is that they wish to convert people. They're not like, so the Faceless Men is a religion, but they make no attempt to convert anyone. As far as we can tell, they've got they didn't go out there preaching to people about you must believe in the God of the many-faced God. You have to follow. There's none of this. They just think they're over everything and everyone. Ultimately, all men must die, so everyone comes into the province of their God. But the faith of R'hllor believes that everyone must or should be worshipping R'hllor. In terms of the sort of relationship between R'hllor and Ashai, it's not 100% clear. Ashai is the place of ancient magical knowledge, basically. And R'hllor does go back a long way and is based at least part on legends of the Long Night, which is ancient magical lore. So there is an ultimate connection there. It's entirely possible that Faith of R'hllor came from there, but although we've never been to Ashai, there's no mention of there being a big Faith of R'hllor centre there at all. In fact, it seems quite empty as a place. And so if there was a link, it's not a particularly strong one now. In the olden times, perhaps it was. Ryan's Orcas saying, "Hi, Robert. Don't you think Melisandre is kind of an idiot? She does have real visions in the flames. She even sees the White Walkers, but thinks they are the wildlings. I don't know how many times she sees Snow or the Man Wolf when asking to see Azor Ahai, and she still doesn't get it. Am I remembering correctly, or does she think Stannis is dead? Does this enable her to burn Shireen without his consent? And what will Stannis do to her when he finds out? What is the matter with this priestess?" Um, uh, so in the first bit, is she an idiot? I mean, I think idiot is not the word I would use, but her skills in seeing things in the flames far outstrip her ability to interpret them. And once she's made a decision on something, that seems to, and I'm sure there's a psychological phrase for this, but having decided on a thing, she then does not in any way question that. That's now a set fact. And so everything else, she's now it sort of stems off of that. So she's looking for Azor Ahai. Jon Snow appears. It can't be Jon Snow because Stannis is Azor Ahai. I'll just have to keep on trying to ask for Azor Ahai. She's banging her head against the wall because she's not able to conceptually believe that she might have been wrong. In terms of burning Shireen without Stannis's consent. Well, first of all, does she think he's dead? No, certainly not at the moment. But on the show, he did die, and she had a bit of a crisis of faith. Now, there's no real indication he's going to die straight away now, so that's not there. So in terms of burning Shireen without his consent, that doesn't seem likely. Connected to this, though, if you don't mind me sort of adding on a bit, because I've got a really interesting response from George R. R. Martin in a way on this one. Corvus Corax says, "Good evening, Robert. John sending Mance's son away seems so very specific. Is there a chance that Mel will initially try to burn the baby to help Stannis, only to find Gilly's son and have to resort to Shireen?" So what's the circumstances here? I mean, I have to admit, I've long kind of assumed that Melisandre would just do this without specific permission. But I've come around to the conclusion a while ago that George R. R. Martin thinks that Stannis will authorize this. And the reason is quotes like this. This is George R. R. Martin from a few years ago when he's talking about doing the handover meeting he did with the showrunners for Game of Thrones. In case you weren't aware of this, they sat down. George R. R. Martin was involved in the first 4 seasons of Game of Thrones. He wasn't showrunner or anything like that. He wrote an episode per season, and they talked to him on a relatively regular basis. But he decided to take a step back, and in order to help them out, because he hadn't finished the books then, as he hasn't now, he sat down and had this handover meeting with them, which apparently took a few days. I think they went over to where he is, and he talked through everything that was in his mind that was going to be happening in the books. And asked about this is what he says. He says, "It wasn't easy for me. I didn't want to give away my books. It's not easy to talk about the end of my books. Every character has a different end. I told them who would be on the Iron Throne, and I told them some big twists like Hodor and Hold the Door, and Stannis' decision to burn his daughter. We didn't get to end everybody by any means, especially the minor characters who may have very different endings." So this is, if you remember, the showrunners at one point said, there were 3 WTF moments, 3 big things that George R. R. Martin told them that made them go, what? Who was going to sit on the Iron Throne? Hodor, Hold the Door, and Shireen being burned. But here, George R. R. Martin is specific, and he's not just saying, and Shireen being burned, it's Stannis' decision to burn his daughter. He found it hard to tell them that. So that seems to imply, certainly when that meeting was, the world may have changed since then, that George is very clear in his mind that this is going to be Stannis' decision. Now, this is perhaps a bit of a digression, but this makes it quite hard logistically. Because at the moment, he is stuck in the snow outside Winterfell, about to fight a battle. And if he, as he probably will, wins and survives that battle, then hopefully surviving against the snow and hopefully then taking Winterfell. Now, how could he, from there, get a message to Melisandre to say, "Oh, please burn my daughter"? That it seems impossible for him to get the message through to start with, short of sending a raven, which we're not told that he's got any ravens. He may have some. Or sending people up. And he does send some people up, incidentally. He sends Justin Massey up with Tycho Nestoris and a couple of other people. Jane Poole, fake Arya. So they head up to the wall. And he doesn't send a message with them to say, "Please burn my daughter." In fact, he tells Justin Massey, "You may hear a rumor that I'm dead. If you do not panic, because Shireen is my heir. Just report back to her." So in Stannis' mind at the moment, the idea of sacrificing his daughter couldn't be further from his mind. So we're not in that place. There has to be some reason. Stannis is a man, he will make grim decisions, but he has to be persuaded to it. He has to see the reason for it. And at the moment, we can't see that. Is it possible that we could have some kind of exchange? Maybe he has got some ravens. And I mean, I think they might have sent a couple of ravens back at various points, pick some up maybe at Deepwood Motte, but he could send a raven that says, "We're going to die here." And Melisandre sends one back to him going, "Well, I could save you by getting rid of all of this cold weather, but the only way to do that is by sacrificing Kingsblood. I've got Mance Rayder's child here. Are you okay for me to do that?" And Mance goes, "Okay, I don't want to, but okay." And then Melisandre finds out, actually, Jon did that sneaky baby swap. That isn't Mance's baby. There's no Kingsblood there. And so she then writes back and says, "Actually, sorry, can't do that. The only other Kingsblood we've got here is Shireen. And I know you don't want to do that, but if you do, I'm up for it." And then Stannis, maybe he's even further snowed in. Maybe people are dying around him and he thinks this is the only way, is to sacrifice her. Maybe Grayscale has had an outbreak. Maybe her Grayscale's come back and Melisandre says, "Actually, the wildlings need her. They say she has to be killed," and I agree. Is that she's a contagion risk. She can't ever become queen. That's not going to happen now. So the only opportunity is to use her death to make to save you. Could that line of debate happen? Yeah, it's possible, but that will take a little bit of toing and froing. So I don't think that's going to happen in the first few chapters of The Winds of Winter. Let's put it that way. But him giving permission does seem to be very much part of George's idea here. He doesn't think that Melisandre is going to go rogue. He thinks that this is going to be a clear authorization from Stannis. The more I think of it, the more I think that the Grayscale thing is going to play a part of the equation. We've already had this kind of teed up, this idea. Val has been saying she has to be killed. It will come back. We've been told that among children, then it does perhaps spread a bit more among cold and damp conditions next to an ice wall in the very cold. Maybe that will cause it to come back out again. Who knows? But it's not beyond the realms of possibility that Melisandre might make it look like it's spread further. If she wishes to trick Stannis, it's not beyond her. So yeah, I think that will it will be him ordering it. It's not a matter of her going rogue. Right. Clovis Kodak saying, "Good evening, Robert. John sending Mance's son away." In fact, no, that's the one I just read as well, wasn't it? Says, "Sir friend, happy Thursday, Robert, and to you too. I think you've spoken before on how George has said we won't see the gods, or at least won't get any definitive answer on whether any of the gods are real. I'd argue Melisandre is the most religious POV we've had. Do you see George using her chapters to tease or hint at anything further here as the fantasy level ramps up? Potentially further context on R'hllor or the Great Other, perhaps. Possibly more visions that she can misinterpret true to form, but teasing the reader, leaving it nicely ambiguous. Best wishes, warmest regards, and to you." Well, yes, he does. He does want to leave it ambiguous. He has said he doesn't want and won't have the gods appearing to like zap this thing here or do whatever. The god, we will have people's belief in gods, but not the gods themselves. So he's going to leave it ambiguous, but that doesn't mean that we're not going to see things that she thinks are her god. So she's already seen something that she queries for a moment in the flames. Is that possibly the Great Other? And as a rather unlikely character, perhaps to some, to have thought that they heard the voice of a god, Davos thought that he heard the voice of the mother. It's often underplayed. They certainly didn't make a big deal of it on the TV show, but Davos is actually, in his own very quiet way, quite religious. The chapter we have for him after the Battle of the Blackwater is a religious experience for him. Is probably the only way to say it. Is that he survives, and he thinks he hears the mother. He decides that Melisandre is not just dangerous, but she's a heretic. He's standing up for the faith. He thinks the mother has saved him for this purpose. He gets really quite religious about this. And if he can think that he hears the voice of his god, surely Melisandre might think that she hears the voice of her god. And it's left up to us to decide whether or not that really is the case. So, might we be teased by more? I think you mentioned the Great Other. If anything, I would say that is more likely. Because we talk about the Great Other, but really, there's only one mention of the Great Other in the entirety of A Song of Ice and Fire. That's when Melisandre is trying to sort of talk through the theology and sort of say, well, there's my God, and then there's a Great Other, and there's this endless battle. We don't get much more. So he gets mentioned in other ways, like when she's wondering whether the enemy, as she thinks, is appeared in her flames. But the Great Other, the law, what they think. Does anyone else believe in the Great Other? Is it just the priests of R'hllor? What do the priests of R'hllor think the Great Other is? A full god, a fallen angel, whatever. We need a little bit more information, and we might get that in the next book. Mars of House Bars saying hello from Cleveland, Ohio. Well, hello, Ohio. I've got a two-part question, if that's okay, of course. What do you think Melisandre would have done if she was brought to the Battle of the Blackwater? And if Stannis did win the Battle of the Blackwater, do you think he would keep the Lannisters in charge? Well, to answer the first part, I think the biggest thing, actually, is knowing her. is that she would have seen something of what was going to happen. She would have seen threats to her life because she looked in the flames and looked for threats to her life every day. She would have seen the wildfire plan that without her there, they just went. The Navy just went and charged in. So she would have seen that, and she would presumably have been able to prevent the Navy from all getting obliterated. Now, that didn't. In and of itself, that wasn't what turned the battle, because even despite that, they probably, but for Tywin's intervention, they probably still would have won. But she would have been aware of Tywin's intervention as well, the return of the Lannister army under Tywin with the Tyrells. So, what would she have done? Well, I think she would probably have used her. She would have prevented them falling into the wildfire trap, but also she would probably have thrown the fire back in some way. We don't know all of the magic. Her magic, she seems to have a different magical ability or magical spell all the time. So surely, as she's so focused on fire, she would have had some way, if not a protection from fire spell, then she would have had maybe some way to hurl them back. Tyrion, incidentally, the wildfire idea of like, let's get all the ships in and then throw the wildfire at them and then set it alight. That idea, at its genesis, actually came from Cersei. It wasn't Tyrion. The original idea came from Cersei. But Tyrion decided that it was a good idea, but it just needed somebody a little bit more stable to be running with it rather than her. So he took over. So his concern, though, was that wildfire is so flammable that maybe the stuff he hurled outside the city walls would somehow ignite things inside the city. That's how flammable he thinks that wildfire is. So he's concerned, maybe there's going to be like the fire will blow in, and there's some wildfire caches hanging around the city. They will blow up. He was worried that King's Landing would burn down from this. And if he's worried about that, then Melisandre would have been able to make use of that in some way. So there would have been a whole lot more fire. The trap would have been avoided. And maybe they would have been able to do something about Tywin's army coming in. But if he'd won, and how he would win probably would have been swiftly get inside King's Landing so that he was then defending the walls from the Tyrells and the Lannisters rather than caught between the walls and the river when that army came in. If he could have been defending the walls, then he'd have a chance against them. Assuming he won that whole battle, the Lannisters would have been out. The whole point of him doing this was because he thought that he should be king. And the Lannisters, no. Cersei, absolutely not, out of there. He would not have trusted Tywin around him either. Jaime, definitely not. Sorry. Sometimes my eye gets caught with things that people say in the chat. The Carl Castle just said, go to bed with Robert every night. Oh, it's In Deep Sleep. If you don't know In Deep Sleep, then that's a channel that you might be listening on it here and now, although I hope you are asleep. I've decided to lean into the idea that people fall asleep to these live streams. And I've got a separate channel called In Deep Sleep, where these live streams, as soon as I can, I put them up over there. But I make it into an 8-hour video. The first bit is me talking like this. I've got some sort of soothing visual, a little bit of soothing background music. And then once I finish talking, then that sort of carries on or maybe fades to black. I'm trying a few different things, but just to create a kind of a soothing sleep environment. And that's seems to be going well. So people seem to be liking that. So if you like that, then please do head over to there. But I was talking about what would have happened if he'd won. So he would not have allowed the Lannisters back in, basically. Question from Magma Frost 13. Hi, Robert. In the Clash of Kings prologue, that's the Crescent one I was talking about a little bit ago, Patchface says, "The shadows come to dance, my lord, dance, my lord, dance, my lord. The shadows come to stay, my lord, stay, my lord, stay, my lord." And this is the same book in which we see Mel's shadow babies. Do you think those shadow babies might not have ceased to exist when they fulfilled their mission and they might still be out there? Or perhaps it's that the strategy of birthing shadow babies is here to stay. I think it's not just about shadow babies. So, Patchface, for those who's not in the TV show, but Patchface, for those who aren't aware, he's the court fool for Stannis and the constant companion of Shireen. And after a tragic accident where a shipload of people all died, he gets washed ashore. Everyone thinks he must have died as well, but somehow he survived. But he's changed from the happy-go-lucky character he was before to someone who seems to have very addled brains. But when you interpret, and nobody seems to really do this in world, but when you pay attention to what he's saying, he's actually often saying quite prophetic things, but in his own way that makes it very hard if you're just casually paying attention to see what it is. So he often will say, "Under the sea, such and such, such and such," or he will sing something and repeat it 3 times, that kind of thing. And here, the situation where this happens is that Crescent comes into the hall and he's sort of approaching Melisandre with a view to poisoning her and himself. And Patchface then starts singing, "The shadows, the shadows are here to stay, my lord, stay, my lord, stay, my lord." They're going to be dancing and then they're staying. And Melisandre hears this and she says, "What a strange thing. We get a wise fool and a foolish wise old man." And she tries to make Crescent wear the fool's hat, and she's trying to belittle him. And what she's saying is that Patchface is right, and you're wrong. What is he right about? The shadow. The shadows are here. Now, she is a shadow binder. So this is not specifically, I think, talking about shadow babies. She has a lot of different bits of shadow magic, and she is associated with that. So this is Patchface saying she's here to stay. She's going to be doing things, and she's here to stay. And she clocks that, and she notices that. And Crescent doesn't. He doesn't take that. He doesn't seem to take that on board at all. He doesn't pay much attention to Patchface at all, really. And yeah, it's not just about shadow babies, although there might be more shadow babies. Imagine, she says she's more powerful at the wall. Imagine if she has a shadow baby there, that would be even more powerful than the ones she had before. So yeah, maybe they will come. And then let's go to Stephen. Could Melisandre be the long-lost daughter of Shearer Seastar or Quaithe? I admit it's a tinfoil idea, but not everyone has to be a secret Targaryen. But I once noticed that both characters were described as having heart-shaped faces. Yeah. So, I get the idea. I do. There are clearly kind of links going across here. They're both attractive, notably attractive women. They're both magic users. There's a link across to a shy for both of them. and as you say, they're both described as having heart-shaped faces. So I get the link, but I don't think this quite works for me in that if the little we know of Melisandre's background is that she she was sold into slavery, and what we know of Shira's life, born a bastard daughter of a king in Westeros, grew up within the wider Targaryen family. Then we think headed over to Essos and Ashai to be and became a Shadowbinder. That doesn't match with, and then her child was sold into slavery. Um, so, in fact, we don't know that she has any children, but there simply is no clear route that I can see for a child of her to be sold into slavery. Now, that doesn't mean it's not the case. It also means that she would be not as old as we might perhaps think. Shira Seastar is of an age with Bloodraven, and Bloodraven is well over 100, but he's not hundreds of years old. So to have a child, then you would say, okay, so that makes Melisandre, 80s, 90s, whatever, something along those lines, maybe, which makes her old, but not perhaps as old as we think she might be. So it's a nice idea, and I understand the interaction of it. I can't see the line of causality yet. Okay, let's go to Robbie O'Keen. Could Melisandre thinking Bloodraven is the great other be a bit of a boy cried wolf situation? We've been trained as readers to not trust Melisandre's interpretation of her visions, so we automatically assume she got this one wrong too. But what if this is the one she got right? I'm not convinced Bloodraven is on the side of the living. Far too much eerie and evil imagery and vibes around him. Okay, so I think the bit that you're picking up on here is from these visions that we get. And so I'll read out that she sees in the flames. So I'll read these ones out. A face took shape within the hearth. Stannis, she thought, for just a moment. But no, these were not his features. A wooden face, corpse white. Was this the enemy? 1,000 red eyes floated in the rising flames. He sees me. Beside him, a boy with a wolf's face threw back his head and howled. Then, a little bit later, she wondered if it had been the enemy's face that she had seen, the great other's face that she had seen staring out at her from the flames. No, surely not. His visage would be more frightening than that. Cold and black and too terrible for any man to gaze upon and live. The wooden man she had glimpsed, though, and the boy with the wolf's face, they were his servants, surely, his champions, as Stannis was hers. So she thinks briefly, perhaps this is the great other, then dismisses that idea, and then decides, they must be against her. And they must be her servants. So the great other's servants in some way. What's quite intriguing is and this is probably just a turn of phrase, don't read too much into it, but she talks about the great other having champions, and then she then says, like Stannis was her champion, almost putting herself on the same level as being R'hllor. And it's like, so Stannis is not her champion. Stannis is R'hllor's champion. But it's almost she's putting herself into that position. But that's a slight digression. This is definitely Bloodraven. The imagery is very clear. The wooden face, corpse white. Bloodraven's got white face, wood, because he's a tree wizard. He's hooked up to a tree at this point. Then we get 1,000 red eyes. We get told that Bloodraven has 1,000 eyes and one. It's definitely Bloodraven. And beside him, a boy with a wolf's face. It's Bran. So we know who she's looking at. And then she interprets this as being them being the great others champions. Might she be right? I mean, this gets into the whose side is Bloodraven on, and I think it's pretty clear to me. We don't have to think Bloodraven is a good person. We don't have to think that he's necessarily on the side of humanity. But it's very clear that he is against the others. The he starts out showing Bran the threat from the heart of winter. That's the whole point. That's the starting point when he does the vision for him when Bran's in that coma. That's the starting point. See, here's the threat. This is the thing we have to be fighting against. Then, when they get up to Bloodraven's cave, we'll see that it's got this line of protection around it, effectively preventing any of the undead getting through. And yes, the undead are there. The wights are there, attacking anyone who comes in or out of it. They are trying to get at Bloodraven. And then you get all of the things that it's very clear that Bloodraven is trying to do. Raising up the prince that was promised, arming up the Night's Watch, giving them dragon glass, the horn that very probably is the horn of winter, all of those good things. So Bloodraven is not a good person. You're right. The imagery of him is darkness, it's death. But he is against the others. That much I think is pretty clear. So Melisandre is again wrong on this one. Let's go to Shira Blackwood. Hey, Robert, could Melisandre's origin be connected to Hardhome? Maybe she was captured there as a child before it was destroyed, sold into slavery in Essos, and trained by the Red Priests of R'hllor. She seems to be fair older than her parents would suggest. This could potentially explain her vision of blood and ash among towers by the sea, and her being stronger at the wall. She does get a vision, we think, of Hardhome, because remember, Jon has sent people up to Hardhome to try and rescue all the wildlings are congregating there. He sent people that basically wanting to go on a rescue mission there. And Melisandre does get this vision, which sounds like Hardhome. Snowflakes swirled from a dark sky, and ashes rose to meet them. The grey and the white whirling around each other as flaming arrows arced above a wooden wall, and dead things shambled silent through the cold, beneath a great grey cliff where fires burned inside 100 caves. Then the wind rose, and the white mist came sweeping in, impossibly cold, and one by one the fires went out. Afterward, only the skulls remained. Death, thought Melisandre. The skulls are death. She's probably right for once on that last interpretation. The skulls do mean death. This very probably is Hardhome. There is a cliff there. It's got lots of caves in. The wildlings have gone there to shelter, and the others are almost certainly going to be going there. We've heard of dead things in the water. So that seems to be her having a vision of Hardhome. Might she have come from Hardhome? I mean, it's possible. Many years ago, there was an inexplicable explosion there. And survivors were sort of taken away to be made slaves in Essos. So there's a possibility. I don't think it really adds anything to me anyway. If I was told, yeah, she came from Hardhome, it would be like, okay. I don't think that adds anything other than a personal potential grudge against the others and whoever did the explosion. But in terms of you also mentioned the blood and ash among towers by the sea. Now, this is another way. I told you she gets lots of these visions. This is another vision, and one I mentioned a little bit earlier in passing, when she sees these towers by the sea, and Jon goes, "Is that Eastwatch? And she goes, I'm not so sure. But then in her mind, but then to John, it's like, yes, definitely Eastwatch. This is what the vision is. Visions danced before her, gold and scarlet, flickering, forming and melting and dissolving into one another, shapes strange and terrifying and seductive. She saw the eyeless faces again, staring out at her from sockets weeping blood. Then the towers by the sea, crumbling as the dark tide came sweeping over them, rising from the depths. Shadows in the shape of skulls, skulls that turned to mist. Bodies locked together in lust, writhing and rolling and clawing. Through curtains of fire, great winged shadows wheeled against a hard blue sky. So that's a lot going on there. Um, not if there's no consensus amongst the fandom on this one, but probably the leading idea, which I kind of like, is that this is probably Old Town. There are towers there, obviously one very big and notable one. And almost certainly Euron at some point is going to be attacking it. Now, Euron is often described in these kind of visions as like tentacled thing on a sea of blood, which is imagery that we've got going on here as well. Added to which, Sam, there may be foreshadowing here. Sam, when he's talking to the captain of the ship just before he pulls into Old Town, and they say, there's rumours that the Ironborn are going to be attacking soon. The captain says, to be sure, Lord Leighton Hightower's locked atop his tower with the Mad Maid, consulting books of spells. Maybe he'll raise an army from the deeps, which sounds quite similar to that we've got there going on. We're talking about a tower. We're talking about raising an army from the deep. Eyeless faces staring out at her, weeping blood, dark tide rising from the depths. So the imagery is all there. And intriguingly, we also get curtains of fire, winged shadows wheeling against a hard blue sky. Euron thinks he's going to get a dragon. Maybe he will. Imagine a dragon attacking Old Town as krakens and the like wash into to the river. And Lord Leighton Hightower tries some magic of his own, trying to raise up to the depths. This is going to be a hugely magical battle whenever this happens, and I think that's what Melisandre's seeing. Cash Ballerina picking up a question for Agreed Weirwood. Thank you very much. I love it when people do that. It's very generous. Tell us what's in the heart of winter, please. And secondly, Melisandre burns Oral's hawk. How come she's the only one whose magic can pass the wall? She's actually north of the wall when that's happening, because the army comes across north of the wall to attack the wildlings. In the first bit, what's in the heart of winter? Well, we're not shown it, so we don't know. But this is clearly connected to the others. And a sight of it is enough to show the threat that is facing humanity. So if we had to guess, it's something like this is the home of the others, or depending on how fantasy-ish you want to go, maybe it's a portal to where the others come from and they're all marching through en masse. It could be a number of different things. Maybe this is where they've got a city there up in the far north in the heart of winter. Maybe they do something weird in the TV show. You remember they took the babies and they went up to somewhere far north, turned them into baby others. We didn't hear much about that afterwards, but did that come from George R. R. Martin? So there's something going on up there, and it's scary, and it's to do with the others. Madeline Tyrell Dane. Hi, Robert. Great topic. Does book Melisandre wear a glamour to appear younger, like in the show? Did you enjoy her ending in the show? How do you think her story will end in the book after she burns Shireen, probably? I'm curious where her storyline will go. Um, so, does she wear a glamour to appear younger? Almost certainly. She appears young, and she says that she's been studying countless years. So, almost certainly. Did I enjoy her ending in the show? Is an interesting one. So, to remind you, she was she returned to Winterfell just before the army of the dead appeared. Davos was like, "You killed Shireen," but then the decision was made: we'll keep her just for this battle, and then after that, justice will be done. Because she's kind of powerful. She went out and um, lit all the araks of the Dothraki there, so they could go and charge off into the nothingness and die. Then she tells Arya that I prophesied ages ago that you would be forever closing green eyes, brown eyes, blue eyes. And Arya goes, "Oh, you think I should go and kill the Night King?" So that's her role there. And then after the battle has ended, Davos confronts her, and she's can't remember what her final words were, but something like, "I've now finished. I'm done anyway." And she walks out into the snow. She takes off her choker, and she just collapses and dies. So, uh, did I like her ending? I mean, there's so much that could be said about the episode, so we're not going to dive into it too much. Um, the bit I did like the feel of, as much as anything else, was that last walking out. That she'd done what she considers her role, her duty, um, which was to end the threat from the others. And after that, she took off the thing that was seemingly keeping her alive. She'd been alive for so long, and she'd finished. And so she just collapsed. Now, I kind of like that because this does play into this idea I've got that she is a Firewhite herself. I did a video on this if you're interested in all the details. But basically, the more we learn about her, the more um, odd she seems, the less human she seems. First of all, she seems to be very old. Then she seems to, in the cold, be burning hot. She's wandering around just in like kind of a loose flappy dress kind of thing, and John says, "Aren't you cold?" And she like grabs his hand, puts it on her skin, and it's burning hot, and it's like, no, that's a bit weird. That doesn't feel like a normal human. um in her own POV chapter, we learn that she doesn't sleep at all. Occasionally she may drowse for an hour, but that's it. And we learn that she doesn't eat, or she doesn't need to eat. Sometimes she does eat or drink just for appearance's sake, because people like to think that you're eating it just to be polite. But she doesn't need it. All the sustenance she needs, she says, comes from her god. When she bleeds, she feels some blood trickling down. It is black and smoking, which we're told that the undead, their blood is black. So all of these kind of hint at the idea that maybe she is a Firewhite. And she is being, and what we know about Firewhites, or what we know about whites, well, yeah, basically Firewhites, is that they are being kept alive, um, but and they are undead in some way, but they've lost so much of the rest of who they are around this sort of central core of what their mission is. Beric died and came back several times, and each time he lost a bit more of himself. He forgot the name and of the woman he was to marry. He forgot what she looked like. He forgot bits of his past. He just remembered what he was doing now and why he was doing it. Lady Stoneheart, when she comes back, she seems to be just focused in no other thoughts really in her mind other than vengeance and how to get her girls back. That is just the bits of who she is left over. So all this is a sort of a leading to this idea that once feel you've completed that bit, there's nothing left. There's nothing left driving you as a Firewhite. It's a working theory, and then yes, you could just end it. Beric passed on his life essence effectively onto Lady Stoneheart. So the idea that Melisandre might reach the end of it all and then feeling that she's achieved what she was there on the planet to do, she just dies. That works for me. Let's go to question on from Lady Vaughan Strauss saying, "Hi Robert and Dan the Doggo. Hope you are well." We are, thank you. What does it mean to be a shadowbinder of a Shy? If there are no children in a Shy, how can Melisandre be from there? Is she even human? Thank you. I've covered the issue even human just in the previous answer, but shadowbinders, they can bind shadows to do their will, which is it's a type of magic that uses shadows. So we see it in the shadow babies. We also see it in the tent that Miri Mazdur has to save Drogo's life. Looking from the outside, there's a very vivid description of shadows. She was the only person in there, but shadows dancing. Horse, a wolf was there, a couple of other things, all dancing around. And so she is using shadow magic in order to be trying to save his life. And not just save his life, obviously. She had other motives. So that's what a shadowbinder is. How can Melisandre be from a Shy if there are no children in a Shy? I mean, I think we know so little about her background that the exact order she was in different places is a bit uncertain. Probably she wasn't initially from a Shy. Probably she was from somewhere else. And she was sold into, I mean, if I had to guess, could be different and it wouldn't bother me at all as long as it hits roughly these marks. She got sold into slavery to the Church of R'hllor, trained up and became a priest, and then headed off from there to study in a Shy. And she stayed in a Shy for so long that when she came back out, she was known as Melisandre of a Shy, because that was all that people really knew of her. You can imagine in our world, somebody could have been born somewhere, and then as a child they went somewhere else, and then the moment they hit adulthood, they went and lived somewhere and then stayed that somewhere for a very long time. You might call them from that place that they were as an adult. If they spent their entire adult life there, you might say that they're from there, even if technically they were born somewhere else. So yeah, I don't think she was born in a Shy. There are no children in the Shy, as you point out. So it was just that she spent a long time there. Question in the chat from CK saying, "Do you think Stannis and Melisandre slept together?" Yes. I think Stannis did it out of sense of duty. And yes, that's how I mean, we don't read about it actually happening, but the clear implication is that Selyse is okay with it because she's completely on board with everything that Melisandre is doing. But the shadow baby became a shadow man, which had the likeness of Stannis, and that was because she got his essence, if you like, from him to allow her to give birth to a baby shadow Stannis, and so that's what was going on there. Yeah, she did. I don't think they're generally sleeping together. I think that they have on occasions when she basically seduces him into it or needs it for some magical reason. Okay, let's. Um, Brian Velko says, and people often in the chat come out summarize these things in better ways than me. Melisandre carries an Ashai passport, even though not born there. It happens. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yeldenil saying, "Hi Robert, hi Dan, and hi moderators. I was reading the World of Ice and Fire book, and in there there's a tale about Melanie Piper, a favourite and heavily implied a lover of Princess Rhaena. She is described as a red-headed woman who apparently was a warrior and died in battle alongside her brothers. Melisandre remembers a female voice calling her Melanie and being auctioned off as a slave. I know it's not too likely, but can there be a connection to Melanie Piper somehow? Past life, a relative, or even another identity. We don't hear about many women called Melanie, after all, unlike, for example, versions of Alison. The red hair is another thing they have in common. So, yeah, so Melanie Piper is she's a character who appears in Fire and Blood as well, and she's around during the reigns of Aenys the First and Maegor, and she dies in the year 43 AC in battle with her brothers. So, could there be a connection? Yes, I think I'm happy to be corrected, but I think she's the only other Melanie that we know of in this universe. Does that mean that there has to be? Obviously not. George R. R. Martin has created a huge world. There doesn't have to be a connection between two characters just because they're the two characters who have that same name. Could they have? Again, I find it unlikely. I have to say, yes, there might be a connection with the red hair. But Melisandre seems very much a Soci. If she was sold into slavery as a child, then that doesn't happen in Westeros. That's only an Essos thing, being sold into slavery. Yeah, I can't see a link, is basically what I'm saying. I can see the similarities, but I can't see a link between them. Reflective Rambling, hi there, Reflective Rambling, saying, or picking up a question for Chloe Lian. Thank you very much. Saying, hello, how do you think Mokoro will react to Melisandre as she's considered a rogue agent? Yeah, I did answer this one. Sorry, you probably weren't here a little bit earlier in the stream. I did answer this one a bit ago. Very broadly, he seems to, well, there's two things. First of all, yes, she's a rogue priestess, but it seems to be in the nature of the religion or the churchy structure that they do send off individual priests to have tasks and give them a huge amount of independence in deciding how to do that task. Thoros, when he was sent on a task, Mikado, they don't seem to be checking back in with base to find out what they should be doing. They seem to have been trusted to do the thing and pretty much left alone to it. So it's going to be Mokoro personally, as and when, and I think probably they will meet to decide what to do. And he will see someone who is another, yes, she's gone rogue, but she is on his side in as much as, and I think it's pretty clear that she worships the same god as him. She is wanting the same end as him. It's just that she's decided on another champion. And Mokoro seems quite I wouldn't say laid back kind of guy so much, but he seems to feel quite in control of events. He doesn't feel he needs to be immediately reacting hard to things, and he allows things to sort of play out quite a bit. Probably he will let her carry on doing her thing, particularly if he sees in the flames that she has a purpose. And I suspect that the faith of R'hllor as a whole have probably come to that conclusion. It's hard to believe that they would have been unaware that she went there and was doing her thing, and they didn't try and recall her. As far as we're aware, we don't hear of any Red Priest coming up, nor do we hear from sort of secondhand via Varys and Co. The small council. Oh yeah, this is a rogue priest. It's not like a real one. They tried to recall her. No, we don't get any of that, which seems to imply that there wasn't an attempt to bring her back. So yeah, it will be a fascinating encounter, but just instinctively, I don't think he would try to stop her. CK, what's your guess on Melisandre's final arc? Feels like she has a fair amount of karma coming for people she's burned alive, or maybe not. Davos? Yes, so I've obviously got other questions coming up about the end game. Catherine Furso, for example, saying, if we ask you to speculate your best theory, what role will Melisandre play in the end game of A Song of Ice and Fire? Will she survive till the end and play a role in the defeat of Ice and Fire? So her role is in the battle against Ice. We've got two, very broadly speaking, as far as we can tell at the moment, we've got two big confrontations and then a tertiary one. The big confrontation is with Ice. It's with the others. Then there's another issue with the dragons. Certainly, the way that George R. R. Martin originally conceptualized this is there are two threats: the threat of ice and the threat of fire. Her job is not to be facing down the dragons and dealing with that. Her job is to be dealing with the others. The tertiary threat is Euron. I think, as I said earlier, it works for me that she plays her role, whatever that role is, in the ending, the turning back, the undoing of the magic that created the others. Once that has happened, her role is gone. I don't see her suddenly getting, oh yes, I really have to go and deal with Daenerys. I must go and deal with Euron at this point. That's not. I think that's the moment she thinks her job is done. So her arc, I think that she's got some big magic to come, is the first thing. You can't have her say, I feel so much more powerful here at the wall, and then not have her do any really powerful magic. She has to do some really powerful magic at some point soon. What seems most likely is that this snow that has halted Stannis' advance, she manages to get rid of that. That's what happened on the TV show, but it didn't really have much of an impact because there wasn't actually all that much snow. In reality, Stannis' army are starving to death. They cannot move any further because the last day they managed just half a mile, like a kilometre or so, in a whole day. And people were just falling by the wayside and dying. So he just had to stop and dig in. And still, the horses are dying, the people are dying. If he does nothing and the snow and bad weather carries on, then it's all over. So Melisandre's big magic, I think, will be to end the winter that has fallen around Winterfell. Or push it back, melt it in some way. So that's, I think, the first part. The second part, I think she will pivot to Jon. At some point, she will realize that, yes, the reason why, whenever I say I want to see Azor Ahai, I see Jon. And I think this is going to be associated with, I did a whole video on this, how it works for me. George R. R. Martin may well do it a completely different way, but how it works for me is that Jon, his body, after he's been killed, his body will be frozen, thrown into the ice cells. Lots of foreshadowing for that. And then they will decide to burn it. But in order to burn it, it will obviously have to be melted first. We'll have a big pyre going on. Maybe this will be connected with the burning of Shireen. Who knows? But he will come back to life. He will emerge from the fire, reborn, as it were. And I think um, if this happens while Melisandre is there chanting something about "and save us all the High Reborn," and bring him back from the brink of death or whatever it is, and then suddenly Jon like that would be a massive moment, and might be the thing which pushes over to support Jon. So, her arc, I think she's staying um, at the wall or in the far north. Like, she's not going to the south. She's going to pick her winner, and then she's going to be supporting them 100%. So that is it. I don't think it's an arc so much in terms of karma coming back to her. Yeah, there should be. There definitely should be. But this is not a happy story. This is a grimdark story. This is a bittersweet story. And the ending that I liked for her actually doesn't see her get that justice. It sees her achieve the things she wants to achieve and then just keel over, basically. Taylor Jones, do you think Melisandre is aware of Lady Stoneheart? Do you think there will be any interaction between them in the books? It feels like Beric could have a part to play in a Lord of Light storyline, whereas Lady Stoneheart doesn't feel like she's all that connected to Melisandre or R'hllor. Yeah, so it's an interesting one. Is she aware? We're not told that she's aware. If she is aware, it'll be because she saw something in the flames. We just haven't been told about that yet. Will they come into contact? I can't really see it. I mean, it's possible, but Lady Stoneheart certainly for most of the next book is going to be staying in the Riverlands, and Melisandre is going to be staying in the north. So they're not immediately going to be coming into contact. If she is made aware and she gets the whole story of Beric being brought back by Thoros and then him passing this on to Lady Stoneheart, if she gets that, then her interpretation, I think, will be clearly the Lord of Light has something in that he needs her to be doing, some role she should be playing. So I think that's it. I think that's where we'll, if they ever do come into contact, she'll just be, okay, the Lord of Light has decided to do this. I'm okay with it. I don't know the reason why, but that's it. I got one more question from my patrons. So now is a good time to drop any more questions in the chat. I will try and get to as many of them as I possibly can. Ms. Fox in Arda saying, "Hi, Robert and Dan the dog. Forgive me as this isn't a Melisandre question, but I've been watching your live streams, particularly the Bloodraven streams, and been thinking about the Blackwood connection. Question one, is it possible that the Blackwoods left the North both due to Stark pressure and because of prophecy or green dreams telling them to get set up in the Riverlands due to the proximity of the Isle of Faces, and so that Bloodraven's mother could be an option for Aegon V? He didn't take any paramours from the north, so injecting First Men blood, and most importantly, Bloodraven into the Targaryen family tree was priority for the Weirwood network. This would be parallels to the Dragon Dreams telling Aegon to conquer Westeros to fight the others." Okay, so there's a lot of good thinking there. The House Blackwood started as a house in the north. They owned a reasonable amount of the Wolfswood before getting pushed out by the Starks and pushed down out of the north, basically, where the Brackens took up some land in the Riverlands. Might that have been not just being kicked out by the Starks, but because of some prophecy or green dreams or something along those lines? Maybe. We don't know, and I suspect that's the level of detail that we will never know. It's in order for them to be close to the God's Eye Lake. They're actually not that close to the God's Eye Lake. In the Riverlands, George R. Martin, a bit vague about the exact placement of Raventree Hall and Stonehenge, it has to be said, but they seem to be sort of in the northern Riverlands, above the um, Blue Fork, I think it is, um, which means that they're not on the borders of the God's Eye Lake. They're like a river away from it. So um, if the idea was to get them close to that, then that didn't work. Might this have been in order to get Bloodraven born with backwards into part of the Targaryen family tree? Again, possibly, but the the timing here is very different. The the Starks kicking them out from the north must have happened thousands of years ago, because the Starks, they started out just having Winterfell, and then they expanded out and they expanded out and they expanded out until finally they had all of the north under their control. But if the Brackens were in the Wolfswood, they must have been one of the first displaced families, because that's right by Winterfell, which implies that it might be 5,000 to 6,000 years, who knows, since they left the north, which is quite a long way ahead of any idea of getting the Blackwoods married into the Targaryen family tree, because the Targaryens, not only were they not in Westeros, but they would have been in Valyria. And maybe we don't know how old the Targaryen family is. They may not have even existed. So that's such a long time ago. It doesn't feel right. I mean, I don't want to 100% say no, because the Bloodraven says it more poetically than I do. The weirwood trees, to the weirwood trees, 100 years is a blink of an eye. Time moves differently, so maybe, but it feels quite a big difference. And then the second question: is it possible that the First Men or Blackwood bloodline will have an impact on Dany? Is she a green seer stranded on Essos, and once she's on Westeros proper, she will have access to more magic owed to her Blackwood heritage? I'm just fascinated by the centrality of Blackwoods and their ties to both Targaryens and Starks. Would love to hear your continued thoughts. Okay, so this one I find really interesting, because she's not shown any real hints of sort of more old First Men magic, being a skin changer or being a green seer. She's not really seen any of them. We probably wouldn't expect that in Essos. But she is, if you kind of look at the family tree, she is kind of half Blackwood, really. So her parents were Targaryen siblings who married each other, and their parents were Targaryen siblings who married each other. So actually, you look at the next generation up, which is a Targaryen, Aegon the Fifth, and a Blackwood. So that genetic inheritance, probably the wrong phrase, but you know what I mean, would have carried on down, because it would have been unchanged all the way through. So she has got a healthy dollop of Blackwood ancestry to her. Might she secretly be a green setter? We've not seen it, but when she arrives in Westeros, it's possible. What I like this thought of is that we very often cast ourselves around, sort of saying, so the John, at some point he's going to meet Dany, and then he's going to be riding a dragon. He's going to dragon bond, and this is going to prove his Targaryen inheritance. He's not just a First Man, he's not just a Stark, he's also Targaryen. But what about the other way around? What if Dany, who looked at one way is half Blackwood, half First Men, wouldn't she be also a little bit gaining some First Men magic to kind of equalize what happens with John? John thinks he's very First Man and Starkish, but then embraces the Targaryen. She thinks he's just very Targaryen and Valyrian, but then embraces a bit of the First Men magic. Is there a hint to this? I mean, I can only think of one off the top of my head, which is in the House of the Undying. There's a lot of visions there. I will go through them again in a video at some point. But she gets these sets of three, and three mounts basically. She gets first of all uh, one to bed, one to dread, one to love. The to bed is the white horse that Drogo gives her as a wedding gift, that she rides on the wedding night to go to his bed. To dread, she rides Drogon. What is this thing to love? She's going to ride something to love. What if, crazy thought, she rides Ghost? Ghost is going to be massive. What if she rides Ghost? What if she forms a bond with Ghost? Maybe this is what actually forges the bond between Jon and Dany, is that Dany can see Jon connecting with one of her dragons, and Jon can see Dany connecting with his direwolf. Maybe that's what this is. It's just a thought. But the main point is that, yes, we shouldn't just assume this. In my mind, I imagine this conversation where we have Quaithe, who I believe is Shira Seastar, meeting Bloodraven. This isn't going to happen. Don't think I think this is going to happen. But just in my mind, they meet up and they have this conversation, and Bloodraven's going, "I found Principal's promised, Azor Ahai reborn. It's Jon. Look, he's as we thought this would have to be. He's half Targaryen and half Stark. And here's all the other things." And then you get Quaithe going, "I found Dany," and all these other things here. But also, if you look at the family tree, she's half Targaryen and half backward. So it's actually the same. It's not just Jon who is the embodiment of ice and fire. It's also Dany. It's just that Jon at the moment has only been dealing with the ice stuff. Dany at the moment has only been dealing with the fire stuff. When they come together, maybe there's going to be a mix. Okay, questions in the chat. John Merkel. I suspect the Red Temples assumed forever that the Azor Ahai prophecy was Valyria-centric, because there's a lot of fire, and the doom devastating to it. Melisandre's strain coming from a shy makes it seem a bit closer to its great empire origins. Yes, very much so. The idea, if you're wondering what the Great Empire is, this is the Great Empire of the Dawn. Asshai is an incredibly ancient city. Possibly it was the capital city of a great empire, possibly even the Great Empire of the Dawn. If you want to think about the size of Asshai, you're told that within its physical boundary, you could fit King's Landing, Old Town, Karth, and Volantis and still have some room to spare. That's how big it is. So, massive city. Not so many people live there now, but a massive city. And the Great Empire of the Dawn is where we think a lot of these very early thinkings and prophecies and legends come from. So it's maybe her going to Asshai means she's discovered this ancient knowledge, and therefore sort of circumventing the Valyria-centric knowledge that the next few centuries would be dominated by. So yeah, I like that thinking. Maybe she's discovered it. Maybe it isn't just she's read a prophecy, thought, oh, spoken salt must be there. She's seen somebody in the flames, must be him. Maybe there is another layer here that she has discovered an older, a better, a different prophecy with some more information. Caius Ballerina, what's up with the blood running down her thigh when she sees Bloodraven? So yeah, this is. Do I still have that one? Maybe not. just having a quick flick through to see whether I've got this quote. No, I don't think I have to hand. So basically, she sees Bloodraven and Bran, and she clearly feels some kind of great strain, and then she feels blood running down her inner thigh, and it's black and it's steaming. Now, I've already mentioned that the color of it, the fact that it's steaming implies it's very hot, and the color it's black does seem to imply undead. So that seems to be that element of it. Why is it there in the first place? Why would she be bleeding just because she's seen Bloodraven? Well, she says he's seen me, and she clearly thinks this person's he's my enemy. He's on the other side. We don't know we don't know what Bloodraven saw and what he thought. Did he think to himself similarly, oh, here's somebody who's the enemy? Here's clearly a powerful magic user and she's not on my side. Is it possible that that was some kind of magical attack is probably the wrong way of saying it. Might he have put some kind of magical pressure on her in some way? Maybe. I think the main thing that George R. R. Martin wanted us to take from that was the fact that it was black, rather than anything else. And the implication was that it came from between her legs, which links across with some of the source of her magic, because of the shadow babies idea and all the rest of it. So this is like something which is damaging to her core. And then secondly, if Melisandre's looks are not entirely fabricated, she looks like an albino lengi, a place known for its magic. That would explain being sold into slavery, magic blood. So this is sort of a very rare group in Leng, sort of Essos way, an island. But do I think she might be from there? I mean, the name Melanie seems. I mean, it does seem quite Westerosi, which is where sort of the feel that maybe comes from Hardhome, another one of the bits of evidence there. But it doesn't feel Lengi to me. I mean, I can see where you're coming from, and it's a nice thought, but we simply don't know where she came from. Okay, let's go to have a quick flick through the chat. Brian Valco saying, basically name a brother and sister from Marjorie and Loras Tyrell to Jodryn and Mira. If they're not committing in the act, there's always a creepy incest vibe. Yeah, I mean, you can name a brother and sister. I don't think that's entirely fair. I don't think there's a Sansa and Rob definitely didn't. You know, that you can pick a lot of different brothers and sisters that are there's not, you know, Kevin and Jenna Lannister. No, I mean, I get the point, but yeah, it's a theme, a big theme, but it's not everywhere. Samantha Drake saying, I might be the only one, but I really don't want Jon and Dany to have a romance. No more creepy incest, please. And for some reason, aunt and nephew or the reverse seems worse than siblings. I entirely get that. I think we're supposed to find it creepy, but all of the foreshadowing does seem to be pointing towards it at the moment. And agree, we're saying Rhaegar and Dany have the same blood. Yep, absolutely they do. John Merkel saying some of us happen to think Dany's half Targ, half Stark, but that's for another stream. Yeah, I would need to be convinced on that. Andrew K saying if she had northern origins, this is Melisandre, it would be a nice fail for to Bloodraven that a free float would be linked with fire magic, while a Targ like Bloodraven is linking up with the old nice foil. Sorry for Bloodraven. Well, a Targaryen like Bloodraven is linking up with old god magic. Yep, absolutely get that. Samuel Hyatt saying, "Do you think Shireen is Stannis' Nisa, and he uses her as a king's blood sacrifice at the behest of Melisandre to probably unsuccessfully attempt to forge Lightbringer?" I, no, because Melisandre is already trying to convince everyone that he's already got Lightbringer. So to try and forge it anew seems unlikely. As for is she Nisa? I mean, thematically, she could be in a way. I guess there's no sort of way around that. In that she is a sacrifice, and that sacrifice would potentially allow Stannis to take on the others in the way that Nisa's sacrifice allowed Azor Ahai to be taking on the others. So yes, in a sort of thematic way, but not in a literal way. Okay, and I think with that, I will start drawing this one to a close. But just a couple of things to remind you. Spotify, I'm on Spotify. Check me out over there. Just search for In Deep Geek. Things coming out on the main channel. If you've not checked out In Deep Sleep and you use these to go to sleep, then please do go and check that out. I hope you like it. I'm just trying to tailor that to what people will find useful at the moment. And I think that's probably it for this time. So if you are watching this back a little bit later on IDG Live, then appearing somewhere around here is going to be a link to some of my other live streams in a playlist, and appearing somewhere around here is a link to my Patreon page, which is the best way to support this channel if you wish to do so. So that is all for this time. Take care, everyone, and I will see you again next week.